2024.
The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we go so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A The stage is set, the time is now. GTTC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTTC. GTTC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTTC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTTC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTTC. GTTC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTTC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTTC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTTC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTTC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTTC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTTC, the future starts with you.
There is no motivation for individuals or institutions to allocate time and research to high-risk, high-reward projects. So in Gov's world, they say that innovation will be stagnant as TVET institutions lost funding and skilled professionals migrate to private industries with better incentives. Second argument is exploitation by corporations. When the patents are removed, corporation will dominate the world of doing this research and so on, right? So without international intellectual property protection, large corporation can co-opt TVET institution So this TVET institution themselves cannot compete with well-resourced private entities. Now, this would impact the stakeholders where the very students and the researchers who are doing this research in TVET institution and education system, the government claims to protect will face job insecurity as funding dries up and their work is appreciated. Right? So the next argument is that the loss of autonomy for TVET institutions. So with the removal of patents, the researcher will be dependable on external funding. So patents allow TVET institutions to generate independent income through licensing. So removing patents force them depend on unstable government funding or exploitative corporate partnerships. So without these patents, TVET institution may reduce investment in research programs, focusing solely on basic education. So this would diminish their ability to train industry-ready graduates. Thus, in our arguments, we provide better alternatives. One is encouraging open licensing, where we mandate TVET institution that at affordable rates to ensure equitable, accessible, retaining control. And then we also the second one is that we want to improve government subsidies by increasing funding for TVET institution to incentivize affordable innovation, sacrificing intellectual property protection on the research that they have done by themselves. So with all those arguments and the rebuttals that we have done, we believe by removing patents undermines the core purpose of TVET institution by incentivizing innovation, exposing them to exploitation by bigger companies or private industries that will be taking advantage of these researchers and the graduates for and compromising their autonomy on those research. So instead, we advocate for a balanced approach that combines intellectual property protections with equitable access mechanism. So in these grounds, we are not supporting to remove this whole patents. Instead, we give them to have better open licensing and government subsidies to fund their research. So on these grounds alone, we strongly oppose the motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Elu. Friendly reminder to not badger other speakers. Only unmute yourself and to give your eyes. I don't care if like your friends or anything, like it's a debate. Just you can talk later or not, I don't know. But just basically don't badger. Only unmute if you want to give your eyes. All right, DPM.
Hello, sorry, my teammate will be using my phone. Is that okay?
Yes, we're okay with that.
Hello. All right. Allow me a few seconds, please. I am terribly sorry for the hold up this morning. Okay, I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, today we on the government side have been from our Prime Minister. We have been fighting for the true problem, which is about patents on innovations, research, and technology developed within TVET institutions. We at the government side believe that we stand on the true and better side in order to allow for the best as growth in our nation in itself. So allow me, before I go on, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning I bid to honorable judges, the timekeeper, and members of the hall. So today for my speech, I will be I will first of all, but in the points given by the leader of opposition, and also explain my points are essentially also rebutting the one of the things that the leader of opposition and talks about how removing patents is only going to allow government funding, and there is going to be no protection and towards innovation, research, and technology due to the removal of patents. But ladies and gentlemen, I would like to prove how that in itself falls under my own point, under the key phrase of how it ensures a definite and sufficient budget for prospective R&D. As my Prime Minister has surely explained in his speech, he mentioned how our mechanism requires for all those who decided to do any innovations, research, and technology to make their own proposal and explain to the board of the independent national body about their innovation and such, so that they can be approved and vetted. This ensures that only those products that have the right potential, that come with the right goals in itself, truly approved and vetted, and they are funded by government funding, aka the taxpayers. So this ensures us that in the event that we find a very good innovation and or technology within TVET institutions, this taxpayer, the money that came from the taxpayers will fund these, and with the fact that these research are not under patent, which means it is going to be usable without the it's going to be used by the sector. And furthermore, for transparency, ensures the transparency and protection of these innovation, research, and technology due to it being under the national body in itself. There's no need for the researchers or anything to sue in the event that people are using it in a very illegal way in the first place. And next, I would like to address about the questions brought forth by my Prime Minister. He mentioned 3 questions, and it seems that the lead opposition has failed to explain to us how patents, which are barriers to collaboration, can align with the goals of education and public TVET institutions that are meant to fulfill. They have in the event that we are current in the event that we keep the patents alive there. Not only does this require for researchers to have to pay an expensive fee in order to make sure that for the protection of their innovation, they will have to go through all sorts of bureaucratic nonsense even more. Whereas under our side, it allows us for a much more streamlined process and allows them to focus much more on the research and development of their own products in itself. Also about the harms and about the harms in continuing with the patents, it allows for restricted access where not everyone can access their research, which is supposed to help the nation in the first place. And second of all, it wastes public investment, as taxpayer money will continue to fund TVET research only for the results to be benefited by corporations that can afford licensing fees and not public ones. And third of all, it slows the progress. The financial and legal barriers will stifle collaboration, thus slowing down the development of solutions for global challenges and like climate change and public health crisis. Hence, why does opening government with a debate? And I would like to strengthen our 3 points. First of all, unlocking innovation for societal progress, meaning that the technology is not only going to be paid by the taxes, paid by the people, but the benefits are going to benefit the people in itself. Thus the citizens are getting a good exchange for their money. And second of all, it promotes economic growth and global equality, because in a world where the licenses where access is aligned to everyone, and for a huge number of our local corporations to continue to develop their own with the innovations, research, and technologies in itself. And last of all, it ensures a definite budget for prospective R&D researchers and also innovators and technological developers in itself. Thus, we can see that these are the main issues to debate. Why do we want to remove patent? We want to allow access for all people. They have paid access, and they have paid for the benefits, and that in itself is going to allow them to thrive even more? Only is it going to benefit the researchers within TVET industries, because they do not have to pay the licenses fee in order to get patents. Also, the local corporations will also get their own benefits, and it's not going to be monopolized by the richer corporations. And last of all, it allows for a united societal progress among our nation in itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, please side with opening government, where we are fighting for a world where there's transparent information for everyone, and for more protection from private monopolization, not a slave for capitalism. With that, I cannot be prouder to oppose. Thank you.
Oh, DPI. Can I get their role?
For POIs, I just prefer the speakers to only raise their hands, and I'm starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, esteemed member of the House, and my dear governments. As the Deputy Leader of Opposition, I stand firmly against this motion to remove all patents on innovation developed within TVET institutions. While the government paints an idealistic picture of a democratized innovation, the reality of their proposal is far less inspiring. My job today is to dismantle their case further and bring forward new arguments that show why removing patents will hurt innovation and harm the very institution it seeks to empower. Before moving on to my arguments, let me address the couple of problems that are happening in the government side today. The first one, to the burden of proof mentioned by the opposition side. At first, they asked us whether this in a post for removing patents aligned with the educational goal to serve the public. Why right now, I would tell you, patents do not exist to hinder the education or research. They are tools to ensure that these activities remain sustainable, impactful, and rewarding. By retaining intellectual property rights, TVETs actually can balance their educational mission, resources, and drive innovation. My first response would be, Python actually protect access through open licensing. It is flexible, tiered, and subsidized licensing models to ensure that TVETs actually can address societal needs without losing control over their intellectual property. Second, the patents actually align with the educational goal. By fostering partnerships, securing the funding, and incentivizing this innovation, patents can actually strengthen the TVET's mission to actually educate and prepare the next generation of innovators. Burden of proof. I'll move on to my second point. At first, I am very disappointed with today because right now they are bombarding us with this the negative effect of removing the negative effect if we would not remove the patents as all. Right now, I am actually waiting them to do a very comparative situation in which what would happen if we right now, what is happening we are not when we are not removing the patents rights, and you should actually explain what kind of impact or situation that could happen if we actually supports this licensing rights. Second, they are argument that how actually by removing this patent it's actually giving more access to the public to actually access this research, do some society progress things. But right now, my question to how, like, what are the main reason why the public really want to access this research? Somehow, my question for you, if the public really want to TVET research within, then there might be a solid reasons. For example, maybe want to further do a further research, to do a fact check, and somehow it tumbling me to another question. How can public actually have enough fund to fund this research of doing the further research? And removing this patent rights, actually, we are dismissing their hard work of this while we are, enjoying their intellectual property, in the name of we want to further something. We should at least have like moral responsibilities in using someone's intellectual properties. Done with the problem in the government side. I'll be moving on to my argument. My first argument would be removing patents undermines the sustainability of TVET institutions. Okay, let's take a look at them today. Patents are not actually just a pieces of paper. They are lifeline for institutions like TVET, and licensing patents allows them to generate revenue to reinvest in their programs, attract top talent, and provide cutting-edge training for students. But if you remove patents, what happens? TVETs are forced to rely solely on the external funding, such as government subsidies and export partnerships, both and subject to outside priorities. Without control of intellectual property, TVETs lose their independence, and over time, their ability to innovate shrinks. And in comparison, in our world, with patents, we ensure that TVETs maintain their autonomy, their earning, and continue to fulfill their mission of educating and innovating for societal good. Before moving on to the second argument, please.
Okay, so TVET researchers, they are supported by public funding that serve the needs of society, right? So their hard work should result in soluble to everyone, not technologists. They are locked away for profit. Isn't it a greater honor to see their work solving global challenges rather than restricted by corporate monopolies?
Okay, thank you. Right now, I literally just answered this in my argument. Right now, the external funding rather than the government subsidiaries, they are in between within the exploitative corporate, and also as when they are other than government subsidiaries, they are forced to actually solely rely on the exploitative corporate partnerships, in which right now, when you are removing the patent, these are the things that happen. All right. Moving on to my next argument would be removing patents actually opens the door to corporate exploitation. And this is the most dangerous consequences of the government's proposal. Without intellectual property protections, corporates can freely appropriate innovations developed by TVETs. They will manufacture these technologies and sell them at export prices, prioritizing profits over public access. And who loses in this scenario? Everyone except the corporations. TVET institutions lose their revenue and recognition. Marginalized communities also lose affordable access to the technologies that they need most. And the students and the researchers are left powerless and exploited. On our side, patents actually protect these stakeholders. Licensing actually allows for controlled distribution of technologies, ensuring fair compensation while keeping public access affordable. Let's revisit the key questions in today's debate. The first one, who benefits most from the removal of patents? The answer is, again, it's corporations, not the TVETs, nor the second. What happens to innovation without patents? It stagnates, The institutions lose fundings, researchers lose motivation, and society loses the progress. The third one, how does this affect TVET institutions? They become dependent and they lose their autonomy, compromising their ability to train future innovators. And the government claims to care about accessibility and innovation, but their solution actually sacrifices both. Honorable judges, removing patents from TVET institution is not the solution to innovation. It is a step forward towards empowering these institutions and handing over their achievement to corporate on a silver platter. Our work protects and ensure equitability and sustain the institutions that drive progress. For all this reason, we urge you to oppose that motion. Thank you.
friendly reminder to speak within time. Your time is only until 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Alright, can we get member kau?
Okay, hello everyone. Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. First of all, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to the speaker, members of government and members of opposition. So today, from the closing government, we agree and totally support this motion, which is this House would remove all patents and on innovations, research, and any technologies developed within the TVET institution. So what we will prove today is how this literally aligns with accessibility and societal programs, which is actually my main for today, but let's get to that later. So as the closing government, we will actually extend on how breaking down these barriers will actually lead to technological advancements. Also at the same time, making sure that TVET gets to serve its role purpose into helping students specific skills. So first of all, I would like to rebut a few statements from the opposing side. So first of all, the lead of opposition said that they said that TVET they said that by keeping the patents, it will actually discourage innovation. But the deputy of said that TVET helps innovation. So this means that you guys are not in sync with the motion today. And also the lead of opposition mentioned that we do not want to remove all, but some to make it a balanced approach. This means that you do not understand the motion for today. Let me repeat. The motions would remove all patents on innovation, research, and any technologies developed within the TVET institution. The keyword is all. So the way, if you say you want a balanced approach, which is not removing all, that goes away from the motion and it shows that you do not understand. So currently looking at the status quo, we all know that TVET is an education system where students that are skilled in certain areas get to enhance their abilities, right? So like instead of pursuing in higher education, they get to pursue in what they're actually good at. So what the opposition failed to realize is that our focus are on the patents, not on the TVET institution itself. Patent, right, and having unfair treatment. So by removing all patents does not mean innovation itself. It literally means that removing patents does not mean entirely removing research it basically means widening the prospect to innovation so it can flow freely and equitably. So which takes me to my key argument for today, which is increasing the accessibility that will benefit many parties compared to focusing only on the TVET itself. So in today's case, actually not letting TVET serve its real purpose. Instead of helping the TVET sector, it is limiting them. So let's break this down, which is licensing fees and collaboration. So licensing fees will make innovation unaffordable. And what happens if innovations are unaffordable? It will, in the 21st century right now, on our youth and young adults to come up with innovations to make our country proud, to be innovations that we make. This is literally them because those with already great ideas are limited to only in the TVET institution. Why are we limiting it to only that institution? We should make it a broader prospect for others to try out, to voice out their ideas, voice out their opinions. This is not a good idea. We have to make it big so that others can try out as well. Next, I'll be talking about how removing them actually increase totally the opposite of what OO mentioned just now. This is not true because imagine this, TVET, even though it is a government initiative, it is still a private sector, which is the minority of the society. OO claiming that it is already collaboration is ridiculous because in a world where patents are removed, it increases collaboration because it can attract other non-government societies or parties to find, and let's face it, innovation takes a lot of money. And where do you get a lot of money? Non-government societies that can actually help in the innovations. So to build something new takes money, and how do you expect to take things further if you're still limiting the collaborations? So basically, closing government is trying to say right now that by removing patents increases accessibility to others to try out. We are what the opposition is trying to say is they are literally limiting them to only in one sector. You have not answered why are you limiting to only the TVET sector in the first place. We should make it a broader prospect that others can try, because we know that place where students that are skilled in a certain area, they go to TVET to enhance skill. But how about students that are taking higher education? They are not in TVET, that they already have the intellectual intelligence, but you guys are literally ignoring that right now. So it is not supported. So basically, in conclusion, we as a closing government firmly believe that removing pattern innovation, research and technologies developed with TVET institution is the most equitable and the most progressive solution to benefit our country, and will more benefit the society at whole. We have clearly shown that the patents act as barriers for innovation to go further, and we have shown that the impact it affects on the society at whole, and we have proof of this model extends to students. And with these reasons, this House strongly supports the motion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member of Gov. Can I get Member of Up?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Give me a few seconds. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Basically, what I'm going to opening like about corporations and like protection. But here's the thing that they don't really explain to us from the opening houses, as in like the status quo is looking at right now. Okay, but then again, let's go about rebuttals from the opening government first, and how they managed to impact this debate in the first place. Take a bunch of questions, but again, it's a bit contradicting as well. Let's tell you about the questions that tell us, like, why protect when it's under public service, as in like education, right? But then again, it's a bit weird for them to ask this when like how, like in terms of that, it's more like are they prepared to protect, which is like, it's a bit more contradicting, because like again, they're not even protecting anything from corporation. Like they're already like pushing this agenda that all these private companies are going to be much more like open to operations and whatsoever, right? But then again, in their world, why would we even collab with all these TVET institutions or whatsoever when they can just take it like fully theirs, because it's already like removed, like all the protections for these patents are already removed. So like what's the incentive for all these private institutions or all of these other institutions incentive to even collab in the first place when they can just take it from the first place and just take full credit for that thing? And in terms of like how like how they also like saying that when there's no protection for these patents, they already have like, they have their own proposal to it like only the right goals and goal impact only, and they basically claim that it shows transparency. It doesn't really make sense, because they don't even show us the mechanism for this part. And also like why another layer of trying to like pick and choose which is the right goal. Is just very like, oh, this is the right one, okay, we can take this one. And then they just claim that, and basically from the side opposition is, we already stated like the counter mechanism for this, where we want licensing, right, which is already still where licensing still better compared to just letting them all out, because at the end of the day it's still win for us, right? Opening houses. And like I mean, even the deputy prime minister just do extension about how unlocking more potential, better economies, yada yada. And like, here's the thing that how closing house is going to bring in. And also like, okay, maybe I should mention about member of government as well, how she already trying to focus, like shift the focus to revenue completely. But here's the case, right, where it's not really charitable for you to just shift the focus completely, because again, the biggest thing vet institutions, and we don't want this to happen. Okay, and also like how also like she also mentioned intention from again, why do they want to like making it big or like open to collaboration? Again, it's just like doesn't make sense because why don't you just take full credit on it? But then again, that's basically the government side, government bench. Let's talk about how opposition is going to bring this case and how we are going to bring this debate and how are we going to bring another perspective for this debate by itself. So again, we're talking about status quo, right? This is why we don't want to remove all patterns in the first place. Basically, the first thing, the impact on society by itself and how by removing all this pattern is going to create early disruption for all of this, which is not beneficial because if you want to have a good result, why wouldn't and not make them public so that all of this institution, all of these places can take advantage of it? So what am I talking about? Early disruption. So early disruption is basically mean that by letting all these patterns public, they're going to create a chaos or like from early exposure, and these are going to create some sort of a competition between all of these institutions to have like to reach. Okay, we have all this pattern. Okay, so we all this innovation whatsoever society where everything is much more rushed, much more untested. All the results are going to be rushed and not quality as we at the current status quo is. And when we're talking about TVET institution, right, this is another thing that status quo is already like why we don't want this to happen in the first place, because we want to protect all these ideas from other institutions. Why am I saying so, and why is it different compared aside from the early disruption that I told you from, like, which is completely different compared to opening opposition? I'm also going to talk about how we want better recognition from for TVET institutions, because basically at the status quo right now, TVET institutions are not as highly deemed compared to other institutions. So when we want to keep this advantage towards TVET to be much more recognized with state. So basically, like, that's what we are trying to say, where this is basically our biggest stakeholder, which is TVET institutions, and how from making it as good this impact that they can make. So like comparatively, like from the side government, they basically want to make it free for all, but then they don't even economic I mean, they said about economic impact or whatsoever, right? But they don't talk about, okay, at this point the government is basically trying to push for, okay, rush innovations whatsoever, like we just want result at this point. Opposition side, we basically want a much more better high quality, but we also want to have a good sustainability for TVET institution as the alternative mechanism, which is like licensing whatsoever, right? So at the end of the day, from this, like from status quo already, and comparatively, side opposition is winning by saying that we are protecting TVET institutions better compared to side government, where side government is basically like free for all, rush results whatsoever. And like from side opposition, we still have everything accountable, we still have everything protected. I mean, it's our stakeholders are much more protected compared to side government, where they just want, okay, free for all, like innovations, everything can happen. So like what is going to happen just because they have government funds or whatsoever, they have allocation, but it's not like they have all the allocations for this TVET institution. Again, there's a reason why TVET is compared to other institutions, right? So we just want to protect this stakeholder, and we want to improve further for this in the first place. So at the end of the day, it's still much more better from our side, opposition side, that we better protect our stakeholders, and also like how we produce much more better quality compared government. And with all those, we will live to still oppose. Thank you.
All right, thank you, member. Oh, can I get cover to close the cuff bench?
Give me a few seconds. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Good morning. I rise as the dip as the sorry. Good morning, everyone. So today I rise into debate about this motion that this house will remove all patents on innovation, research, and any technology that development within the TVET institutions. So firstly, like through this debate, the government has made one thing clear about patents in the context of like TVET institution, like do not serve the greater goods because they limit access, restrict innovation, and prioritize profits over like well-being of the public. Our goal has always been to benefit and make sure that economy is equal. So not to only like maintain a system that benefits only like select by like this is time that we can shift away from an outdated system that benefits corporation and begin to focus on people. Before this, the system only focused on the corporation, but right now we as the government side want to focus on the people. So let me address, like a few key arguments raised by the opposition. Firstly, they claim that without patents, innovation will be discouraged, then that innovation will lose the protection and funding, which is definitely wrong. Because like this view, they ignore the reality that patent often do more harms than good, especially like when it comes to public institution like TVET. Okay, they actually create monopolies where large corporation or powerful entities control innovation. This innovation which be abused to benefit society as a whole. Instead, they lock away the pathway. Accessibility are only to those who can afford it. You say that you want to make it benefit and equal for all, but you clearly didn't understand what you're trying to say actually. Let me give you an example to make all of you understand. Okay. Take COVID-19 vaccine for example. Okay. Many vaccine are developed by public funded institution, but patent have restricted the access to why they want to delay the distribution to a poor country. Because so if if you remove the patent, the vaccine could have been distributed like far more widely and rapidly. You could save more life. So this is why limited access to important innovation that public has already funded. The opposition also argued that patents are need to protect the TVET institution. But let's look at the biggest picture. Like TVET primarily like funded by the government and public, right? So if they are not in the business of the profit from patent, what they need is a protection of patent, but the support and investment of a public fund. It's not patent that will secure their future. It's a better government subsidies and resources. So if we remove patents, we can create an environment where innovation is shared freely and fairly. And where the focus is on the development and access, not profits and control, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
Can you engage with the point that how an low quality result is going to impact these innovations?
I will. Give me a few seconds. Okay, so let me continue. Okay, before I answer your point, it's gonna be in the script anyways. So on the other side, the government already repeatedly emphasized the importance of economy balance. As the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister highlighted, innovation created by TVET institution have already been like funded in the public. People pay taxes, support the education institution, and contribute to the research. It is only fair if they should have access to the benefit of this innovation. So if you remove patents, we will make sure that everyone can use benefit from the technology that they already paid for. The benefit of innovation should not be restricted, should not be limited to a few corporations. That means to control them. Other than that, like recognize the patents, don't just limit access. They also like hinder the progress. My member of government already explained that the current patent is unfair, but the opposition still fail to understand because patent prevent free exchange of ideas and technology. They can like where the exclusive right can move forward. When patents are removed, we create an open environment where ideas flow freely, allowing to further improvement and more innovation. So basically, this is not just about fairness, it's about creating a society where knowledge is shared and built together, we can make a faster progress and great advancement. Now, the opposition also agree that removal patents will open the door for it and like loss of the funding for the TVET institution. However, I think that this is a misunderstanding issue because the real problem isn't patent, it's lack of the proper funding from the government. TVET institution needs a better subsidies and support from the government, from what my government already explained before. To see this intuition thrive, we should be focusing on improvising subsidies and make sure that these intuitions have the resources they need to keep innovation. What TVET institution need is more investment, not the shackle of a patents. The opposition also suggests that removing patents will create a chaos and disrupt the system. But please, the opposition is true. The opposition might be true lah. The opposite might be true because patent create a system of exclusively where only a few benefit from innovation made by TVET institution. So if you remove the patent, we can allow this innovation to reach more people and have a greater impact and to benefit society as whole. Because we also believe that removing patents will lead to more access, more collaboration, and more progress. So, in closing, let's compare two sides. The opposition wants to maintain a system where patents keep innovation and lock away a few entities and stuff. They argue that this will protect the institution, but in reality, it's only served to protect corporation. They say that we want to avoid them from corporation, but no, you're complete the government. So we on the government, like on the other side, believe that future where innovation is open and accessible, where everyone's benefit from technology that have been developed for with the public funds. Our motion is about fairness, accessibility, and economic balance. On a final example lah kan, we will likely to see a faster development and wider adoption. So we are confident that the benefit of removing patents for outweigh at risk. And ask you to support the motion and vote for removing the patents of on innovation, research, and technology development within the TVET institution. With that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Gafwit. Can we get Upwit?
Hi, just testing. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Right. Give me a minute. I'll set my timer. I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. If the government truly wants innovation and also accessibility, why not just focus on the better established, and also maybe like better funded sectors, like maybe universities or maybe large research institutions, instead of burdening this team. TVET is already an institution which is growing, and why would you want to hinder the growth of the entire TVET sector as well, right? These are like primarily focused on skill building and the community development itself. So why you want to stop the innovation that is already, the progress which is already existing on TVET, and just stop the whole progress as a whole? Few framings to this case, right? Would like to solve at the end of the debate session is whether or not these patents on these TVET institutions, it's going to result in greater societal progress, while at the same time it's going to be preserving all of these sustainable and also recognition of a TVET and also their stake. Here, CEO stand, we are very clear, because while this accessibility to this entire innovation is like very important, but at the same time, removing patents will actually harm these TVET institutions, their institutions and autonomy, at the time the quality and whatsoever, right? Because their quality of their entire contribution to the society as well, right? Because at least like from our side of the house, we are trying to protect whoever patents that is like ensuring better outcomes for the stakeholders itself, right? With this I would like to move on with the rebuttals, starting off with whatever number one, data on how are they going to be maximizing the public benefits for this entire societal progress, right? Let's just make things clear. Even if public benefit is very important, patents do not actually note that panel, because they regulate, also they are going to be incentivizing whatever innovation, while at the same time they allow mechanism like licensing and also to ensure this accessibility, right? You have to note that without these patents, like large corporation can obviously abuse all of this TVET created innovation, which has been brought upon by the first speaker of CEO itself, right? And number two, they tell us on is going this patent is going to be slowing down the process and also, you know, encourage scientists to like innovate better or something. This is actually a contradiction, because if patents slow down the process but encourage better innovation, it is going to literally telling that the exclusivity of patents is going to be giving more competition, and also it's going to be giving more quality, right? So removing this entire patent itself, it could like actually lead to this rushed and also low quality output that whatever like how the first speaker of CEO has also brought up. Number three, they are OG also brings us about how these economic benefits, etc. Right? We tell you these economic benefits are very if like these TVET institutions, they lost their from like licensing these patents, because not that this is going to be leading like to underfunding for these future research and also whatever skill development, which is in the broader goal, it is going to be harming the upliftment of the society. Like they are like trying to debate here, right? And the next brought upon by its OG also, they are going to tell us they tell us on how paid for by like public funds so that everyone should access, etc. They tell us, but we tell you, even if it is publicly funded, these institutions are need autonomy to sustain their operations, right? Because removing these patents entirely is to be ignoring the very these revenues for all of this reinvestment for their like to empower their stakeholders, in which includes and also the researchers, right? And moving on to CGs. Yes.
If TVET institutions are already public funded, why do you think patents are necessary to protect innovation they create?
Okay, I'll be answering to that. Continuing with the rebuttals from rebuttals for CG, they tell us on how this increasing accessibility is going to be shifting the entire focus to a broader picture, right? We tell you that having the entire focus on TVET itself is going to be harmful. When they're shifting the entire focus to a broader picture itself, it's definitely going to cause more harm, but more harm and good. Prove to us necessarily how these good are going to outweigh the entire harm itself, right? Because this point they actually backfire themselves, because like how the first speaker and also I'm going to be telling is, she from TVET institution is going to be undermining the entire purpose and we creating the chaos, right? Like if innovations are like handed over to many parties, the original investors are going to be left behind. So this is going to be giving TVET's recognition and even more into the downgrade, which TVET already is for the recognition itself. And number two, how we will tell you on how this broader access is going to be minimizing broader access. I'm sorry, no, I have no time. So we tell you how this broader access without like any regulation, it's going to be opening the path for this corporation to actually exploit all of these innovation for profit, right? At least we from our side, we ensure all this controlled access. There's going to be balancing both the public's benefit and also the with the stakeholder protection itself, right? So if I were to analyze whatever exclusively, this agenda is pushed because we are about equitable and collaboration, but at the same time we are not enabling any unfettered like access, right? At least we from our side, we tell you how this corporation will exploit all of these profit extra, and we also have told you how we have transparency, because we tell you how these patents and for all transparency by requiring all this detailed public for this disclosure for innovations and all, right? So OG and CG, they have failed to explain there's going to accountability without this mechanism. And we also have told you on how this impact or is going to impact better for TVET's recognition, because removing this weighting itself is going to be creating an early disruption and chaos. So instead of uplifting TVET institution, it's going to sideline all of them. So at least from outside, we think it's going to be enhancing their recognition at time. So if I were to tell you the clashes, we win because we tell you how this is going to be having more societal progress, and we have given you better mechanism to it. So for all these reasons, CO.
All right, thank you everyone for that. Let me check if OC is in here. Check if OC is in here. Where can I deliberate with my panel? Hello.
Emma, are you in the Discord server?
In the Discord server?
Yeah, there's a Discord server.
Okay, I think we can just go on Discord. Check. Which
Yeah.
Okay, alright. Then Amber, I see you at, oh, there's a Malay room and English room. Okay, jap. Which room can we use? English room 1. Alright. We'll take a few minutes for deliberations. In the meantime, you can just wait here for results announcement. distinct material at your member, and then make sure that the difference in terms of like how is it better. Like you're not supposed to contradict, of course, like you don't want to knife, but at the same time, like you still need to like tell how your material is like uniquely different and how is it better. The second thing is in terms of engagement. I think this is a very common comment that you might have received. Like, so just consider that like when you want to rebut, like you actually need to take down the argument in a sense of like what is the core idea, the core reasoning that is in this premise, and how do you take over it? Instead of just like saying that like you're rebutting it, but then I'm hearing you mention do anything with the point. It's like there's no link. You need to analyze it a little bit more. The third thing is just basically structure or clarity, but I think that can be dealt with later lah. So those are some general comments. The call is as such consensus. Okay. With panel, the call is from first to fourth. OO, OG, CO, CG. OO, OG, CO, CG. All right. So there are three key questions that I had with this question, with this debate, and it was answered by each side. The first question is on whether TVET is public or private. I think like this is quite important because at some point it was brought up into this debate. The first half of this debate considered that it is a public institution. CG said that it was a private institution, and then CO tried to deal with like they need to have some level of like corporate mechanism because like they need to sustain themselves as well. And I think like this goes to the second question in terms of like what is the purpose of TVET? Because if it's public, then you need to actually cater to like the public, the people, what OG asserted, and also already considered lah. But if it's private, then that means they would have like a more profit incentivized mechanism, which I thought it was a little bit contradictory to come from CG, because if it was actually a private institution, then it wouldn't make much sense because like why would you just give out your patents out freely, because then it would defeat the purpose of them being profit incentivized. So that's why like that kind of like contributed a significant part to like why CG is fourth. Because generally number one, it is the purpose of like what they're trying to prove. So I don't think that there was like a substantive case for like CG. Given that most of the people in this team, like most teams agree that like TVET is a public institution, then we go back to the idea of like, so we go to the most crucial question of like, what does removing patents do and does it align better for TVET? If TVET is a public institution, like what they agreed, then OG says that the best way for you to do that is basically to make sure that the innovations that they create is something that is going to be accessible to people and it's free. You don't have any like cost attached to it, to buy it, to receive it. Then people will actually be able to use it. Therefore, it benefits the public. Basically the idea of like, of course, it is a public institution also using the public's money. Given that they're also using the public's money, the public will get some level of like return of investment, because if not, then they would not be able to sustain any further research that they. So the issue here is in terms of like, so the issue that was asserted by side, that was brought up by side OO, was the problem in terms of course it expensive, but if the problem of being expensive being mentioned by OG is just expensive, there are already collaborations happening to make licensing cheap. But the second thing is that open licensing can also happen. So the third thing then is in terms of like how you want to optimize the public fund, because if you want to depend on external funding or just like any angel investors, I guess, it reduces the people's incentive. Like it reduces the TVET institution's incentive to actually like create more research programs, and they like their graduates to actually know what is the practical effect of you creating these innovations. Because just like how OG mentioned, if you want to have these things to be practical and you want the people, then it needs to be something that essentially can be used by the people and people know that's rewarding in the process. Although like there's this idea of like monopolistic capitalist or something like that, corporations from like OG. I don't think this was like particularly explored. Like they mentioned it on passing, like it was a one-liner, and then I don't think like this was, and maybe I think it was in a POI. I think it was in a POI, and then it's just under-explained, a big problem. But it wasn't really how this actually like, directly engages with like what OO has already mentioned about. We already have all of these mechanisms to control the idea of like how we can make fair access possible in the first place. The second part of like the opening half took on what this clash is about, and I think based on engagement and in terms of mechanization of like how it became a more constructive material, it takes over OG. But here comes CG into this debate, right? Because CG says, CG largely agrees to what CG, CO. This is how CO comes into this debate. So CO largely agrees to what OO mentions about the idea of like, yes, it's an accessibility issue, but CO's response is to say that like, but this is not a burden for TVET institutions. TVET institutions are not really catered towards like creating research in the first place. They are more towards like skill-based institutions. So they are a growing kind of like research institution. Like even if like they have any patents, these are projects that are quite small in number in comparison to like maybe a research university that actually has the burden and actually has like the money to actually give out what they have lah, what they have already patented. The second thing that they also provided was in terms of like how they mentioned that there's a harm of like disruption from the quality of the innovation that is being created, because now given that it is just free and people don't have any profit, like they don't have any like incentive, like there's no benefit for them on doing this. Like you put at stake when you create any innovation, given that it's just going to be free for everyone, so the process is going to be untested, it's going to be rushed, and nobody wants to check the quality of the innovation or the patent that is already given. I think this is an interesting argument to have, except that I have an issue in terms of like this argument or this new extension was not actually explained enough in the member, and mostly it came up like the new analysis was coming up from web. So I have a difficulty to credit it because like these things were very important, and if it was weighed enough, it could have potentially been above OO. Except that it came very late, and these are things that couldn't have been responded. So just general WDC rules, I cannot credit like things that are too new, like new analysis that was coming from like outward. I would have preferred if this actually came up in the member, not preferred. It is actually like a rule that you have to give this particular kind of analysis. If it's new, then it needs to be mentioned and like provided by the member. And then basically need to be weighed out in terms of this is much more important, or like how this is much more, in terms of the scale of impact, why this is much more important, much more catastrophic than what OO already mentioned. So because of that, but I do think that there was some level of like engagement because of that make them above CG, because of the new material that they mentioned about how basically based on some lines of analysis here is that they say that it's not going to be sustainable because of like how the process is going to be disrupted. Therefore at the end of the day it's going to like disrupt the idea of like what TVET is actually even meant to be, because like now it's like they are not, like TVET is not focused towards the idea, towards the purpose of them being like a skill-based institution. And even if they do create any level of like innovations that they plan to patent or like they want to be patent, that they are patented, it's not going to be like it's not going to be something that is good because like nobody actually has any incentive to check these innovations or patent. I don't think like this particular, so the thing is that they only use this particular line of analysis to like engage mostly with site CG. But it didn't really explain more about how this was actually going to direct engage, like, so there was no direct engagement with like OG in terms of like how this is going to be like much more accessible, in terms of like how they can actually like give back the funding and everything. So in terms of engagement, there is no direct engagement to the idea that was coming from OG that was still like a standing, like not really standing harm, but I suppose it's like given like this material did not directly engage with what they're saying, so you cannot be above OG because this particular argument was still something that you needed to explain how it engages directly with your material. So those are my reasons why. Does anyone have any question? Yes, no. Okay. If not, then all the best for the next round.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye,
Thank you.
everyone.
Good debate, everyone.
Good
The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. Through every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we go so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. Through every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we go so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here.
And training institution, basically TVETs. So multinational corporation means that large companies that operate in multiple countries and often have significant investment resources and operations in the host nations. So for the foreign companies means businesses based in another country but operating or investing in the host nation economy. So my first point of the day is that basically TVET graduates represent a vital segment of our workforce. They are equipped with practical, industry-relevant skills that are crucial for driving innovation, productivity, and economic competitiveness. So, however, despite their potential, many TVET graduates face significant barriers to employment, often overshadowed by traditional quota. We ensure these skilled workers are not sidelined and that their talent contribute directly to our economy. Multinational corporation, as we can see, which benefit greatly from operating in our country through access to markets, infrastructure, and incentives have a responsibility to support our human capital development. By integrating TVET graduates into their workforce, these companies can help bridge the skill gaps, improve local capacity, and foster a more inclusive economy. So, if you ask me why, TVET graduates have industry-specific hands-on skills that align with the needs of many sectors. Despite this, they are often overlooked in favor of graduates from traditional academic backgrounds. So, by mandating a quota, the policy directly addresses the underemployment of TVET graduates, ensuring their skills are utilized, which in turn boosts economic productivity. Multinational corporations, which benefits from operating in the country, have an ethical obligation to contribute to local development. Employing TVET graduates ensures they reinvest in the human capital that sustains the economy they profit from. Employing more TVET graduates can close skill gaps in industries that require technical expertise, fostering innovation and competitiveness at both national and corporate levels. So, my second point is that youth in unemployment remains a pressing challenge. Many young people, particularly those from underserved communities, turn to TVET program as a pathway to a better opportunities. Yet, without guaranteed access to a stable employment, a quota system would provide these individuals with a fair shot of success, lifting families out of poverty and reducing inequality in our society. Additionally, this policy aligns with our nation development goals, such as reducing income disparity, and promoting social mobility. By ensuring MNC, which is the multinational corporations, hire a certain percentage of TVET graduates, we create an avenue for young people to contribute meaningfully to the workforce while benefiting from the resources and training provided by these companies. So my third and last point is meeting meeting industry demand. Sorry. So MNC, multinational corporation, often require a workforce that is both skilled and adaptable to technologies advancements. TVET graduates, TVET graduates are uniquely positioned to meet this demand. Their training equips them with specialized hands-on knowledge in fields such as engineering, information technology, manufacturing and healthcare. By integrating these graduates into their operations, MNCs, multinational corporations, can achieve greater efficiency and innovation level while contributing to local talent development. Let's not forget that MNC operate in a globalized world where corporate social responsibility is increasingly valued by hiring is increasingly valued. By hiring local TVET graduates, they enhance their reputation as responsible corporate citizens while fostering goodwill in the communities where they operate. So, ladies and gentlemen, our government will work hand in hand with MNCs to ensure the implementation of this policy is fair and practical. We will provide incentives such as tax breaks and training subsidies to encourage compliance and cooperations. This is not a burden, it is an investment in the future of our workforce and our nations. Ladies and gentlemen, again, by imposing a minimum quota for the hiring of TVET graduates by multinational corporations, we are taking a bold step towards securing the future of our youth, empowering our workforce and strengthening our economy. This is not merely a policy, it is a commitment to our people and to believe in their potential, to believe in their potential. So, I will end my speech here. I will pass to the opposition to give their speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for the great speech. Now, I would like to invite the leader of opposition to continue the case, to open the case for OO. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the government. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, educators. And I couldn't agree more with what the Prime Minister have said. However, imposing a minimum quota for the hiring of TVET graduates by multinational cooperation or foreign companies might cause competency concerns. A quota might force multinational cooperation to hire less qualified workers. This could reduce the innovation of this country, and this could also affect the development of these countries as a whole. Not only that, it also will affect the efficiency of this country because the workforce requires an efficiency and quality. Next would be the loss of investment. Foreign companies might see this as a restriction or additional cost. So they might leave, they might put this country out of the option and might go into other, they might relocate to other countries for investment. This risk will reduce our country's investment as a whole and might cause potential risk to our country's economic growth. Because of this, the solution for this is to invest in TVET institution to ensure graduates meet global industry standards. And by this, it will create an economic development for this country, boosting the economic growth and helping this country to become a developed nation. This will also invite more foreign investment to this country, and that will not only be a potential for inviting more employment to this country, but also contribute more for the society and the companies. And next is establishing a public-private partnership to align TVET curricula with MNC needs. Multinational culture. This will enhance and align vocational training programs with industry requirements. This could equip the students or the graduates to fully prepare for the work that they will be employed to. And this, like soft skills and internships. This is what employers really would be interested to. This would also ensure TVET graduate possesses the practical and technical skills that making them highly employable without imposing quotas. And that's all for my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader Opposition, for the great speech. Now I would like to invite the Deputy Prime Minister to continue the debate. Here.
Testing.
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. I will start in 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Mr. Timekeeper. Now, as the Deputy Prime Minister, I will start my argument with as the government, we firmly believe in the motion, which is to apply a minimum quota system for TVET graduates, especially in MNC and foreign companies. We need to understand the purpose of the minimum quota system, which is to promote inclusivity, to ensure TVET graduates are not overlooked in favor of other candidates, especially from universities. And second, it aligns with the TVET graduate practical skill with corporate needs, benefiting both the graduate and by including a range of groups. But we also need to understand this system include a range of groups that directly or indirectly affected.
POI.
Yes, POI.
Can you give example that which country that successful implementation of the quota of the learning?
Okay, I get your question.
Thank you.
I will answer that. For now, we need to understand that this system include a range of groups that directly or indirectly affected by policy. Firstly, of course, the TVET graduate, as they are the primary beneficiaries of this motion. The impact on them is which this system will increase their representation in workforce, utilization of their skills, and to recognize of their qualification. Next, MNC and foreign companies. This MNC and foreign companies need to adjust their recruitment strategies to invest in training programs for TVET and to also invest in training programs for TVET graduates. Now, for my argument, later. For my first argument, employment barriers.
TVET graduates often face discrimination and limited employment opportunities in MNC and foreign companies, as these companies usually prioritizing hiring uni graduates over TVET alumni, especially TVET alumni from vocational college or like college community and so on. If this left unaddressed, the exclusion of TVET graduates from MNC could waste the potential of skilled workers. Without quotas, the academic gap between skilled TVET alumni and corporation employees will widen further, leaving a lot of talented
POI.
unable to contribute to national development. Later. So the state, so the MNC and foreign companies. By this policy, first, companies operating locally will be encouraged to invest more in the local talent pool. Second, TVET graduates will gain opportunities to prove their value and improve their career development. In Malaysia, program Latihan Satu Malaysia show that targeted hiring policies increase the employability of graduates by mandating quotas. The state can replicate the success, ensuring that TVET graduates secure a job that match their skill set. To achieve this, government need to act on legislation that monitors compliance through regular and audits and reporting. Second, impose minimum quotas for MNC to hire TVET graduates proportional to their workforce size. My second argument is reducing the skill gap. The underact will create a widening skill gap in the local workforce as their training goes unused and unrefined. Over time, this will devalue the TVET education. Hence, these skilled workers move abroad in search of better job. A nation of hundreds or thousands later, a nation of hundreds or even thousands well-trained TVET grads, while corporation hire experts, expensive foreign experts for roles that could be fit by local people. This scenario not only wastes local talent but also the dependency on external labor markets resources. TVET institutions could become obsolete later, turning into irrelevant and failed system. By imposing a minimum quotas, hiring TVET graduates can address this issue by ensuring that their skills are utilized and refined within professional environments. The quota systems creates a virtuous cycle which graduates gain relevant job experience, industries benefit from a skilled local workforce, and local institutions thrive as more students enroll, as they see a clear pathways for employment. Companies like Petronas have collabed with TVET, proving that TVET can thrive in high technology environment when they are given the right opportunities. This shows engaging with TVET lead and industries and benefit the industries. By applying the hiring quota system, encourage MNC to partner with TVET institution. You know, like can make an MOU or some MOU agreement with TVET institutions. Second, they also can create mentorship and upskilling opportunities for TVET graduates. Now, for the first POI, which company has fully applied the TVET minimum hiring quota system? I believe companies like Germany, China, or even Singapore, they have a minimum hiring quota system, as this company, as these countries provide the TVET with provide the TVET. That's my case. Thank you. Whatever.
Thank you very much for the great speech, the Deputy Prime Minister. Before I move on to invite Deputy Leader of Opposition, I need to caution against badgering, aka sending too many POIs in very quick instances. Remember, this is a debate, not to push somebody for an answer. If they can't answer your question or take your question, it's totally fine. Do not push beyond the thing. Common rule is you ask one over 30 seconds. We don't press it every 15 or so, okay? Now I would like to invite the Deputy Leader of Opposition to continue the case of the debate. Here.
Alright. Okay. Forcing and to meet a hiring quota is like a square page into round hole. Damage both peg and the hole. This policy hurt our economy, business, also the TVET graduate it aimed to protect. Ladies and gentlemen, member of the opposition, bench of the government, leaders. Yes. We, the opposition, believe that forcing company hire TVET graduates through the quota system is harmful. Instead, we propose voluntary incentive and a focus on improving education standard to achieve the same goal effectively. There are two key risks. Business suffer inefficiency. Quota harm meritocracy and business efficiency. Reason is company thrive by hiring best candidate from TVET for the job with ease. TVET job produced for industrial manpower, especially for the IT, for the engineering, for the actual for the science. This quota system forced companies to prioritize compliant over talent. It also hurt the TVET graduate later. For the impact, for inefficiency, reduce productivity and profit. It will also make them not interested in Malaysia. It will also hurt our economy and for the graduate TVET to experience in the MNC company for the international level experience. It's for bad for the skilled individual of the TVET graduate. TVET graduate stigmatized as quota higher rather than earning their role. MNC firm forced to meet quota hiring candidates who lack specialized knowledge for specific projects. The MNC quality suffer lead to lack contract and out from Malaysia. It also hurt the TVET graduation and it will end up the TVET system for the international. Second is my key risk. Second is risk harm value of TVET education. It will also hurt the potential to collect practical skill with the MNC. It will make we only can collect with the Malaysian company only, not MNC. It will make us as only in the national level, not international. The TVET graduation TVET graduation shift from develop real world skill to simply meeting hiring candidate quota. TVET system should produce independent worker, not TVET system produce dependent worker, not graduate who rely in forced job. It depends on quota for job rather than skill for the international, just on the national level. So they lack in the international standard, skill and professionalism. They cannot meet they cannot, they lack, they need to competitive with each other in the MNC company because the hiring quota. So they will not majority, just a little that quota decided can explain that.
For the next slide, we have scalability. We have hardware and software. What do we mean by scalability? We maintain the quality and the quality.
We believe
Hardware and software, so it can.
This will also hurt our economy in the long term. If this will force many of NNC company not interested in our manpower because the hiring quota of the TVET, it also make they more interested in the other TVET education, like the more theory education, because there's no quota and it will lead to the TVET system lack in the opportunity, and it will also make people to prefer the theory part than the TVET, because the theory part much better to get the MNC level. The TVET only in the national level, not international, and it will also lead the TVET graduate to move abroad, and it will make the brain drain in Malaysia in TVET. The TVET is to fulfill the industry need, not only the national but also MNC. Conclusion: we opposition stand quota sound good on paper. In reality, it will stigmatize TVET graduate, hurt our economy, hurt foreign companies. It will also make difficult for the opportunities of the TVET graduates to get the job in MNC. That's all from me. Thank you. Any POI? Oh no. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Leader of Opposition. Before I move on to the next speaker, I need to remind everybody, please do ensure that your background do not have a lot of audio going on. I can personally hear the speech of the LO, but then there was also somebody talking in the background. I'm not going to assume anything because I think it could be just another digging for another separate room or separate round. But do keep that in mind. This will make my adjudication easier, and you don't want me to miss anything as well. Thank you very much, Deputy Leader of Opposition, for the speech. This concludes the half of the debate. Now to commence the closing half of the debate, and I would like to invite the member of government to deliver the speech. Here. Member of government.
Wait, okay. I'm
Okay.
sorry for the delay.
Okay.
Closing government, okay. I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Imagine a country where talented graduates are overlooked and industries struggle to find skilled workers. This gap exists because we fail to connect the two by setting a minimum quota for hiring TVET graduates. By setting a minimum quota for hiring TVET graduates, we are not just filling this gap, but we are also building a stronger and more skilled workforce for the future. Good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen, wise educators, timekeepers, and bench of opposition. As the Prime Minister has clearly outlined that this motion are benefit to our human capital development. I realize there is flaw in opening government arguments. As for that, I will be giving my extension and proper mechanism. The Prime Minister assumed that simply imposing hiring quotas will auto lead to improve human capital development, but the upper government felt ignored such as inadequate education quality. How can we solve this? We can solve it by creating industry-linked TVET institution to ensure TVET graduates gain skills directly relevant to our job market nowadays. The impact of my solution is that the TVET graduates are job ready, and it will multinational cooperation to view quotas as an opportunity rather than a forced obligation. Not only that, this will enhance human capital development by providing highly skilled workers that our industry needs. Moving on to the Prime Minister, she has stated that by engaging to TVET graduates, it will benefit our industry. I, as the member of government, will give more elaboration and proper mechanism. The mechanism that we can offer is that industry can, the proper mechanism that we can offer is that industry tax breaks to number of TVET graduate they hire. How? How can we solve this? Is by a company can hire 50% of its workforce from TVET graduates that may qualify for a 5% corporate tax reduction. This will help the fund this. This is because financial incentive make it economically advantage for companies to hire TVET graduate than relying on foreign labor. The impact to this solution is it will reduce resistance from industry and regarding hiring quotas. I will continue my speech by rebutting the leader of opposition. So the leader of opposition claims that this motion will discourage other countries and multinational corporations from contributing to our economy. However, this argument fundamentally misunderstands the nature of multinational operation and how policies like this quota can benefit both cooperation and the host country. In today's global business environment, corporations are increasingly prioritizing CSR, which stand for corporate social responsibility and local economy integration. By hiring local talent, it will align with the CSR goals and enhance their reputation. We can do this by establishing partnership between TVET institution, multinational cooperation, and international organization to certify local graduates according to standard that will ensure MNC receive high skilled and qualified workers and increasing their willingness to hire locally. The impact of the mechanism just now for the company is that with this initiative and partnership, multinational company will see hiring quotas as a mutually beneficial policies rather than a burden. While for TVET graduates, the customized training and certification will improve their employability and ensure that they can meet MNC standard and secure well-paying job. Moving on about the deputy of opposition, he claims that TVET graduates produce independent workers who contribute to the workforce. While it shows that TVET graduates are skilled, this statement overlooks the critical systematic barriers preventing them from fully contributing to the companies and our economy. Multinational companies In conclusion, this policy isn't just about meeting quotas, it is about creating a fair system where skilled TVET graduates have the opportunity they deserve. From that, I proudly propose. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, member of Gov, for the great speech. Now I would like to invite the member of opposition to deliver the speech. Here. Member of opposition, are you there? I could not hear you. You might need to use the other device if it's possible. You need to mute the speaker from, the one that the mic was not working. Yes, I mean, you can just move to your friend's device, no problem.
I can't hear you.
You can just use your friend's device, if that's possible, for the mic. Testing, can you hear?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, a little bit echoey. Maybe bring the mic closer.
Now?
Got static lah. But I guess whatever lah, can lah.
Okay.
Very loud noise from your side. Can you bring the mic closer?
Okay, now?
Can.
Okay. Okay. So, wait. Let me start. 3,
two, one. Good morning. Good afternoon to everyone. And today, okay. Today, I'm the first speaker of the closing opposition. And we are here today to. Sorry. Can I restart?
No, please continue.
I'm the first speaker for the closing opposition, and we are here today to firmly oppose the motion. This House believes that states should impose a minimum quota for the hiring of TVET multinational corporation or foreign companies. Let's go to my point. Before going to my point, forcing companies to hire based on the quotas is like forcing someone to like durian. It's not going to end well. We believe this motion creates more problems than it solves. Firstly, the government claims quotas will guarantee jobs for TVET graduates, but jobs should be earned through the skills, not through the skills and merit, not hand out like a free sample will be given at shopping mall. And MNCs thrive on hiring the best talent to stay competitive. Forcing them to meet quota could be compromise quality, resulting in higher turnover when employees fail to meet job demands. This doesn't help TVET graduates. It sets them up for failure. Secondly, the government argues that quota promote economic qualities, but let's face it, true quality doesn't came from giving someone a job because of a law. It came from equipping them with the skills that make them an obvious choice for any employer. Imagine hiring someone because of quota and expecting them to innovate something. So our stance is based on three key arguments. Firstly, quota is harm meritocracy and business competitiveness. MNCs need the freedom to hire the best candidates, not focusing on taking boxes. If quotas are imposed, Malaysia risks becoming the kid no one wants to sit with at the global investment table. Worse, TVET graduates as a quota hires, undermining their creativities and self-confidence. Secondly, TVET graduates. Secondly, TVET graduates need support, not shortcuts. But that giving someone a job for law, it's like giving participation trophy just for showing up. Thirdly, quota discourage investment. MNCs prefer countries where they can hire freely. Imposing quotas could make them moreover, quotas create dependency, long-term disadvantages, even brain drain. as non-TVET talents may lose opportunities and leave the country. Enforcing quotas also requires costly monitoring and opens the door to abuse, like company TVET graduates for token roles or loopholes. Instead of this inefficiency, we could focus on alternative solution such as tax intensivities and or subsidies for companies that hire and train TVET graduates. This way will create a win-and-win situation. TVET graduates get higher based on merit, and Malaysia remains attractive investment hub. In conclusion, motion is like trying to fix leaking boat by adding more water. It doesn't solve the problem. It just sinks everyone's faster. Focus on upskills TVET graduates so they are higher for their talent, skills, and merit, not because of artificial measurements of quotas. Quotas may sound nice when on paper, but in reality, they are just about much deeper issues. And trust me, we don't need a policies. And that's all a drama and substances. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, member of opposition. Now, to close the case for CG, I would like to invite the government whip to deliver the speech. Here.
Am I audible?
It is echoey, yeah.
Sorry.
If your debate partner off their volume, then should be okay.
Okay.
Okay, no, okay, clear.
So I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest based on Benjamin Franklin. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are discussing not just an investment in TVET graduates, but an investment in the future of our nations. Honorable Judge, wise educators, and members of the House. As the government, we firmly agree with the motion imposing a minimum quota of the hiring of TVET graduates is not merely a regulatory mechanism, but a catalyst for national economic progress, the empowerment of local talent, and the alignment of education with the industry needs. I will first rebut the baseless claims made by the opposition before I summarize our stance and providing an extensions that will solidify this motion stand. So, firstly, the opposition claims imposing a quota will deter multinational corporations from entry. However, this is speculative and lack of evidence. In reality, nations with workforce localization policies such as Singapore, Malaysia have successfully attracted MNCs without compromising their local talent development. MNCs benefit from a stable skilled labor pool. By mandating quotas, we ensure that they partner with the state to upskill the local TVET graduates, ensuring a sustainable talent pipeline that enhance their operation in the long run. Second of all, the argument assumed that the TVET graduates lack of the competency to contribute to multinational companies. But however,
The TVET programs are specifically designed to produce skilled workers with a practical expertise. So studies shows that the companies can invest in graduates often outperform in productivity and innovation, which imposing a quota won't reduce the capacity. Rather, it will foster a skilled workforce that drives long-term economic growth. Lastly, they claim that while the local enforcement of skills development is important, the multinational corporate have access to cutting-edge technologies and global best practice that local industries might lack. So TVET graduates working in MNCs gain exposure to international standard and expertise, which they can bring back to the local market. Involving the MNCs, we create a synergy between a local talent and global innovation, making our workforce more competitively globally. In conclusion, the opposition claims that based on fear of change and unsubstantiated concern, they ignore the long-term benefit that create a skilled workforce can attract investment, sustain productivity, and strengthen the economy. Their stance persuades that dependency on a foreign labor, leaving our local talents unrevealed. As for that, I will give you the proof that my opponent failed to understand what is the government world view. First of all, we have the first speaker, the opening. He imposed the quota to ensure that TVET graduates are integrated into industry that drive our economy. Did you know that over 95% of Malaysian youth are unemployed despite high education level? Quotas directly address to this issue that create the opportunities to underutilize the talents as TVET graduates can contribute to MCS. They enhance, stimulate economy, and also ripple the effect of the market growth. Secondly, the quota also encourage collaboration between the TVET institution and industry, creating a curricula aligned with the real-world requirement. This mechanism ensures that the graduates are job-ready and can seamlessly integrate into multinational companies. Countries like Germany have demonstrated the effectiveness of such models where TVET graduates play a critical role in industrial access. So this proposed that TVET graduates can gain global exposures and also skill enhancement. As for the state, it fosters economic growth, reduce dependency on foreign labor, and create a robust talent ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, by imposing a minimum quota for hiring TVET graduates, we bridge the gap between the educations and industry that can power our youth and secure our nation's future. As Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which can use to change the world. So this motion is our weapon to uplift the local talents and also enhance the economic stability and build a nation that thrives on its people potentials. So let us make the right decision today and vote for the favors of this motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Gov Whip, for the great speech. Now, to conclude the entirety of this debate, I would like to invite the opposition whip.
Hi, do you hear me?
Loud and clear, do give me a countdown and we shall begin.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. honorable judges, and all the participants. As we know, this how we believe that the state should impose a minimum quota for hiring of TVET graduates by multinational companies or foreign companies. Ladies and gentlemen, we in the closing obsession believe that why supporting TVET graduates institution imposing a mandatory hiring quota on multinational corporation companies is counterproductive. Such a policy can harm only the companies but also the very graduate it seeks to empower more sustainable strategies to uplift TVET graduates with the burden MNCs. Okay, first as all, I'm sorry, I will continue. It will risk of stereotyping and developing TVET graduates. Quotas risk stimulating by TVET graduates as second class employees hired only to fulfill the obligation. So by explanation, instead of recognizing TVET graduates, for the skills they might be the benefit of a policy undermining their capability in the workplace. My example studies in US show that some individuals hired on quotas face bias affecting their long career goals. Ladies and gentlemen, imposing a hiring quota graduate is a misguided approach that could backfire on the workplace. Their economic reputation of the very graduates aims to help while we agree about the TVET graduate is critical. We believe this should be done through the merit-based system, industry, collaboration, and skill development program rated by currency measures today. We will expand the organization harms on the quotas and present will be alternative quotas and present will be alternative for achieving the same goals with the hiring business of graduates. First and foremost, skill mismatch important to see decline. So the quotas put a mismatch between employee, skills, and job requirements. Reducing productivity explanation for the explanation is not all TVET graduates may have the necessary training on specialization for the jobs required on MNCs. Forcing companies to hire candidates unfit for the work practice efficiency. Their impact is this could lower the quality of the products and services offered by these companies, harming their reputation and reducing their contribution to their economy. By example, in Japan, while strict employment quotas were introduced, several companies struggled to meet the target with a promising operational efficiency. That's at all is if we position law of foreign direct investment FDI, countries with stricter regulation are less attractive to foreign investors. So by explanation, multinational companies is stable, risk-friendly environment. Quotas introduced international companies cost and risk discouraging foreign companies for the setting up operations. By the impact is reduce FDI is first job overall, not just different graduates, but entire workforce. By the example, in 2021, Indonesian institution an open was hiring delays a corresponding project. Consists of companies to relocate the organization. The last one is investment with the industry because our quotas do not address systemic challenges like the poor quality training or skill.
Sorry, pause it for a moment. I can't hear you because of echo. Can you please fix the echo problems?
On the echo, I'm sorry. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay. Now
Okay.
you're at 457. Please continue.
All right. So the quarters may replace quarter industries measuring the inadequate for the industries wait, yeah, demands. So the impact is fail the profit the long-term solution employment among different graduates. By the example, the Philippines when produce graduates are prepared for available jobs, showing the quality education is more critical than for hiring. Face criticism for when the Philippines face the criticism for its K-12 curriculum, when a produce graduates are prepared for available jobs, showing the quality education is more critical than for hiring. So that for the conclusion is magnetic quota for hiring TVET graduates is short-sign policy with far-reaching negative consequences. It remains my question, harms the competitiveness of foreign of for wait of foreign companies and risk of settlement reform in TVET. Foster public-private partnership and create incentive for companies for higher based on merit necessity. Let us empower TVET graduates by making them inducible access to industries, not necessarily impose trigger quotas. By ending this point, ending this conclusion, I will finish my speech. Thank you so much.
Okay, your time was 6:34. Okay. Thank you very much to the opposition whip. This concludes the entirety of this debate. Across the law, shake hands. I believe that you guys are all of the same uni and debating together. So kudos for reaching it thus far. This is a silent round. I shall not be delivering OA in this round. So yes, you may wait for the break announcement, and I wish all of you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV and debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we go so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTTC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTTC. GTTC 2024, we're greatest prize, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTTC, our guiding light. From every field The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free. Shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives. A championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we go so strong. Grand TV and debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free. Shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives. A championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatest thrives. A championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you. The stage is set, the time is now. GTDC 24, we take a vow to speak with courage, to stand and strive. Grand TV debate keeps the dream alive. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. From every field, from near and far, GTDC makes us who we are. With every argument we grow so strong. Grand TV debate, where we belong. Uniting minds, igniting the flame. Grand TV debate, we stake our claim. Voices rising, bold and free, shaping tomorrow at GTDC. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every word, we build the way. Grand TV debate, lighting the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our guiding light. With wisdom and passion, we break the mold. GTDC 24, we take a vault. Grand TV debate, the journey is clear. The future is ours, the moment is here. GTDC 2024, where greatness thrives, a championship where ideas come alive. Through every voice, we pave the way. Grand TV debate, leading the day. Together we stand, our dreams take flight. GTDC, our beacon of light. Grand TV debate, united and strong. GTDC 24, where we all belong. A legacy of change, bold and true. GTDC, the future starts with you.
intensive days of exhaustion, of people giving speeches. You guys cram your brain to give the best speech ever in this tournament. I know everyone has put a lot of efforts in this. So we hope that all of this can translate into what we have here in this breaking announcement. Before I move to the team, before that, I also like to appreciate and also credited to the OutCom for making this tournament not just possible, but doing their ever best to ensure to minimize delay, everything went smooth. If there's an issue, we can reach out to them. So, before I move to the team breaks announcement, I'd like to go to the judge break first. So in no particular order, judges who are going through Errol Edman, Amber Chong, Emma Arifin, Gelson, Isanuddin, Jason, Nishan Raja, Inche, Shafiq, Raza, Yuganish, and also me, myself. If you are lucky, if you're able to make it to the out round, spoiler alert, you're able to see us physically. Hope something best out of the best. So without further ado, moving to the most anticipated part of this event, team breaks. Just want to announce that teams who broke on the same point and also speaker score, and it needs to be broke down with the standard deviation. Hence, breaking first on 13 points, 774 total speaker score with the standard deviation of 1.60. Congratulations, UPTMA. Whoa! Also breaking on second, same thing, 13.774 total speaker score. We unfortunately with the standard deviation 1.3. I have never been more proud. UTP breaking third on 11.764 speaker score. Oopsie A. Woo! Breaking fourth on 10 points, 768 speaker score. Congratulations, UPTMB, insane institution, making it this far. Breaking fifth on 10 points, 761 speaker score. Have to very hard break to announce this. Unfortunately, this team have to be disqualified because this team has been Iron Man more than 2 times, and to follow the policy that this tournament has been implemented, that teams are only allowed to are eligible to, where you can only Ironman once, unfortunately, in addition to Uni 10. Hence, the team will be replacing for the 5th spot with 10.760 speaker score is congratulations UPM. 6 on 8 points, 761 speaker score, congratulations. The first ever UniKL MSI. Whoa, insane, you're all insane. Breaking 7 on 8 points with 757 speaker score is UTHMA. Breaking 8 with 8 points with 751 speaker score. Congratulations, KPMB. Memang ada kemahiran in this institution. Breaking 9 with 8 points with 749 speaker score. Congratulations again, UniKL RCMP. They just don't 8 people, they give the best speech. Also again, unfortunately, breaking 10 on 8 points with 749 speaker score. Unfortunately, also with heavy-hearted. I also unfortunately have to fight this team because this team has already Ironman more than twice. Commiseration to UniKL VS. Hence, a team that replacing the spot with on the 10 points with breaking 10 on 8 points with 747 score. Congratulations. Excuse me, UniKL Miat. Breaking 11 on 7 points with 762 speaker score. UMKA all the way from Kelantan, people. Same goes to breaking 12 with 7.754 speaker score. UMKB. Breaking 13 on 7 points with 750 speaker score. Congratulations, IIUM Pago. This one also insane, coming all the way from Johor. Breaking 4 with 7.48 speaker score. Congratulations. Oops, CB. Breaking 15 on 6 point with 752 speaker score. Congratulations, Uni KL MFI. And the very last team to the out round and be debating in the quarter final on 16 with 6.747 speaker score. Congratulations, UTHM. However, in this tournament, the reserve rate is not just the acknowledgement. Is that if there are instances where team really have to pull out, we understand certain circumstances like family matters, exams, jobs. We also please also reach out to Outcom as soon as possible so that we're able to get this reserve team to be representing for the quarterfinal. And again, congratulations to the reserve team with 5.747 Uni KL MIIT, sorry. Thanks again, you all are insane. It was an amazing tournament. I will also pass the floor back for the outcome to give some simple briefing.